And copy, we got a good view, Jeff. And so, Jeff, you're going to be looking for the long hook on handrail 5304. That's on the guide strap. And Kate, you're looking for handrail 5344.
Copy. Copy 5304. And actually, it looks like it might be on 5303.
So just to recap at this point, the cinches, the 4 cinches holding the trailing thermal control radiator are in place now. Moving to unstrap and deploy the shroud, which will go over the radiator just to offer a little bit of extra protection. The radiator was retracted manually some time ago by Jeff Williams. A little over 1 hour, 34 minutes into today's spacewalk. Everything continuing to move along per the timeline.
Currently is. Let me know where I need to move it.
Copy that, Kate. So the target for moving that is to 5341.
Okay, and I see 5341. That's got a shorter strap on it.
And Jeff, I copied that you said that the long guide strap hook is on 5303 currently.
That's affirmative.
And so Capcom ground IV Nick Hague, NASA astronaut, just calling out the various handrails for the crew members to move to.
To create slack to make the shroud installation go a little smoother, so you can release some of the slack that's pulled in with the turnbuckle.
Okay, I understand. Nick, how much slack do you want out of this? Because I can give you even more slack if I move it to the nadir handrail, C5341, but if I move it to the nadir handrail of 5338, you'll get even more slack. All right, Zenith handrail 5338.
And copy, Kate. And again, the goal is to create some slack so that we can make it a little more easy to install the shroud, but too much slack will become more difficult to manage.
I figured that as much, so I'll put it, you told me to, on 5341.
And copy,
I
Kate.
want to give you guys an option. Okay, log guide strap is installed on the Zenith side 5341. That's the inboard standoff.
And copy, Kate. So with that, you'll translate back inboard, and we'll start to work on releasing the shroud.
Copy. That's everybody. I'm going to try to go to the center wire tie first.
Copy, Jeff.
Yeah, I've got a rat on it. Yeah, I see you in the center wire tie.
And Jeff and Kate, while you work on the shroud, wanted to give you a heads up. We're about 3 minutes from daylight. And before we cover the radiator up with the shroud, we're going to want to have Kate stop and take some photos in the sunlight of the MMOD strike.
Okay. Understand. I'll work my way back up there.
I think you can get your wires out free if you want.
Okay.
The center wire tie is off.
Copy, Jeff. You've got the center wire tie off.
Working on the Zenith wire tie.
Okay.
I installed these a few times in the pool.
Did you?
Yep. Funny enough, you put them on out here.
I got the center wire tie in my trash bag.
Copy, Jeff.
Working on the later one. How you doing, Kate?
Good. I'm going to get the BR2 cleaned up.
What's the sun?
And Kate, now might be a good time for you to go out and snag those photos of that MMOD strike while Jeff finishes up with that last wire tie.
Okay, and I still need to get the wire tie in my trash bag, so let me get cleaned up and then I'll be on my way.
Copy.
Right now, the crew members working to get that cover installed shortly. All 4 cinches installed on the retracted radiator, which getting a good view of through Jeff Williams' helmet cam. Again, if you're following along, you can differentiate between the 2 astronauts' helmet cams by the number in the lower right corner. Williams has that number 17. Kate Rubins has the number 20. And shortly, once they're done with a couple of survey photos, be able to start deploying this shroud around the ticker, the trailing thermal control radiator, and that'll be the final task other than cleanup for this, the primary task of today's spacewalk. Right now, we're 1 hour and 44 minutes into today's EVA, planned to last 6.5 hours if all of the nominal tasks are completed. Once this ticker task is done, they'll do a little bit more work together to get set up for Jeff Williams's next task to install and replace a light and install a new HD camera before they go their separate ways. And Kate Rubins goes off and does a couple of maintenance tasks out on the truss segment of the International Space Station, where they're currently working to finish all of their work with this radiator. But still not tracking any issues with the suits. Everything going well. Some minor hiccups with some bolts, but for those that follow spacewalks, not an unusual occurrence. But everything continuing to move smoothly so far with today's spacewalk. The 37th out of the Quest airlock in history, the 5th career spacewalk for Jeff Williams, and the 2nd for Kate Rubins.
And Kate, the bottom 4 or 5 panels of the radiator should be exposed even with the shroud installed. So if your MMOD strike is there, then we may be able to go ahead and do this shroud and then take the photos afterwards if that works better.
Okay, I just need a second or two to get cleaned up here, so if you guys can let me get to a good stopping point, then we can start with the shroud, but give me a minute.
Copy. No rush. We've got about 20 seconds to a handover. We'll talk to you in a minute.
Got my wire tie in my trash bag. My camera's out for taking pictures, but if you guys would like us to work on the shroud first, I can do that.
Will we cover your MMOD strike, or?
And we're back with you guys.
Get the panel up.
Why don't you go get the picture?
Yeah, I'm going to get a faraway picture since I'm right here in BRT, and then go get close one.
Okay.
Sounds like a great plan, guys.
And back here in Mission Control Houston, we'll just a short handover, get that video back very quickly, but continuing to walk through this shroud deployment over the ticker, the trailing thermal control radiator. The shroud just to offer a little bit of extra protection from MMOD, micrometeoroids, and orbital debris for the now retracted radiator. The whole point of retracting this radiator, just to put it in a better configuration for long-term storage, essentially. It's a very high priority spare, but not currently in use anymore, ever since it was taken back out of the cooling system of Power Channel 2B during a spacewalk by NASA's Kjell Lindgren and Scott Kelly back in November of last year. The ticker was used for a couple of years when ground controllers and crew on board were trying to isolate the location of a very small ammonia leak. Ammonia used in as the primary cooling fluid for a lot of these external systems. Just like down here on Earth, electronics tend to generate heat, and that heat needs to be carried away, and without the natural convection, you need to use active cooling systems, so ammonia used. And then a small leak was detected in the cooling channel for power channel 2B, and it was very slow over time. They tried to isolate and took the photovoltaic radiator out of the loop for 2B, which is the prime method for cooling, and we're using the ticker. But then when a much larger spike and an increase in the rate of leakage was observed, they ended up replacing a pump flow control subassembly, that happening back in May of 2013, and that eventually stopped the leak, but the ticker was still in use. So ever since that spacewalk last November, the main photovoltaic radiator, or the PVR, is now being used again, and the ticker is out of the cooling loop right now for that power channel. So the crew members working to retract it, put it in a good stow location, just in case it's ever needed again in the future. This just to put it in the best possible configuration and protect it from any orbital debris strikes or anything of that nature. But the radiator at this point has been retracted. Jeff Williams executing that with the pistol grip tool manually, while Kate Rubins looked on and made sure he stayed well out of the way, and also observed the actual retraction of the radiator, making sure it went smoothly. And then the astronauts worked in tandem to drive 4 cinches in place just to further secure the radiator, and now coming up just to deploy this shroud. Then they'll have some cleanup tasks, and this first major task for the day will be completed.
Okay.
So now that we got those photos, we'll move back to the inboard side of the ticker and look for that short hook and start trying to install the shroud.
Copy.
Give me a second to get my camera put back away.
Okay. Actually, it's going to take me a little bit here. I got another wire tie. Got it.
Copy, Jeff. We see it in your WVS.
You can see over Jeff Williams' shoulder working to remove a wire tie as they get the straps out to get this shroud loosened up, and then they'll be able to move it in place over the thermal control radiator. And then once this shroud is deployed, they'll just have a couple of quick cleanup tasks. One of those will be Jeff Williams going out and grabbing the foot restraint that he's going to be installing into the robotic arm, as he's going to be riding that under the control of Takuya Onishi from back inside the station for his second task of the day.
Holding all the loops of the
Yes.
guide straps together.
Yep.
I'll work on that one.
Bonus.
You know, I remember putting those on in the pool. I should have thought about that. Okay, I've got that extra wire tray removed and getting it in my trash bag.
Okay.
Copy, Kate.
And you've got yours still?
I've got mine in the trash bag. Now I move my local to the long strap.
Better check if that's legal.
And Jeff, that's a legal place for your waist tether?
Understand that is a legal place. Thank you.
It is legal.
Just making you feel this.
No legal?
You can do it.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to be an outlaw.
While we're talking about rules, the handrails on top of the radiator, or you can use those to translate now.
Okay. And now is when it's 45 pounds limit, or was that earlier?
And stand by, we're checking on the load.
Okay.
Nick, while you're checking on that, it looks like there is the very end of the shroud has a hook on it, and that is looped around itself around the long side strap. I think I'm going to need to undo that in order to move the shroud down. Unless you want it looped to itself, I don't think we can get it up over the top.
And Kate, that's affirmative. You can loosen, you have to take that off.
And look. Do you have that as well?
Describe, I'm sorry, which...
It's the very end. It's the hook. You can see it in my hand here. The hook to the corner of the shroud, and that was around, looped around itself and then to a handrail to kind of pull it down.
Yes.
So you need to do that.
Yeah, mine's free. I think. I'm actually worried about us getting over that. I got enough.
Let me reposition here. For me,
And Jeff, those handrails are good for translation.
Okay, thank you.
Give me a second to reposition.
And Jeff and Kate, you might find that putting the bulk of the shroud on top of the radiator before extending it might prevent it from getting snagged up.
That's what I'm working on right now, bringing that bulk over the top. And actually, it works well to have Jeff take the ends, and I'm working on the bulk down here.
And copy. We see it in WVS.
Worked really nice.
So Jeff, when you get outboard, you're going to be looking for handrail 5331. You want to make sure you check your safety tethers not under the strap. But 5331 is where you're going to put the short hook.
Copy.
I'm just going to check here at the base, make sure we're completely unfolded. Looks like there's another couple Velcro straps. This thing is wrapped up good. Make GCV's Velcro straps in my WVS.
And your WVS is a little ratty. We're looking.
Can you say the handrail? I'm going with my short strap.
Yeah, Jeff, it's 5331. And Kate, if the shroud reaches, if it covers the ticker and you're able to get the short hook all the way to the destination, there shouldn't be any need to release the Velcro.
Okay, copy. I'll leave that intact and go on the outboard.
And from this view, you can see the shroud now just about in place. First, some short straps just to get it situated, and then a long guide strap to add some tension just to make sure that this shroud stays secure in place over the radiator. The crew member is just going to double check that their safety tethers don't get strapped in as well.
Copy, Jeff. That looks good. And Jeff, the next step is going to be to tighten up that long strap, but we're going to want to make sure that Kate's got her end secured with that short strap and it's centered up before we do that.
How you doing, Kate?
Good, I'm working my way up there. My PGT is completely a little flip thing when you plug it in. Very loose, so I'm using it a lot.
Okay.
Kate, you're going to be looking for handrail 5338.
Okay, 5338, and we'll go to the Venus, or that would be the forward standoff.
That's affirmative, the one closer to the ticker.
Yeah, Nick, for my long strap, I'm going to be going around 5303, right? And then back starboard.
Jeff, you're going to release it, and then you're going to wrap it around the same handrail stanchion that you put the short hook on, and then take it inboard to an inboard handrail.
Okay, copy.
Okay, Nick, the short hook is on 5338, the forward standoff.
Okay, copy that. And just want to check your safety tether, make sure it's not under.
It is not under. Good check, thank you.
Okay, so I think we're ready to install the long guide strap. And so, just like Jeff's doing, Kate, you're going to remove it from its current location, wrap it around that same stanchion that you put the short hook on, and then take it to an inboard handrail.
Copy. Good work.
And so for Kate Rubens, the short strap now in place, going back to get the longer one, and as you just heard, ground IV.
It is not going to go all the way to the inboard handrail right now, and it's fully out in terms of the cam buckle, but I can wrap it around and take it back again to 5341 and get a good amount of tension.
And that sounds like a good plan. Loop it around 5331.
5341, and I actually think the best thing is to go to the outboard stanchion at 5331.
And stand by, Kate.
Please.
And Kate, so the handrail that the short hook goes to is 5338?
That's correct.
That's the same handrail that we're going to wrap around the long guide strap.
But you want the long guide strap wrapped around 5341 as well?
Negative. You can release it from there. It's only going to wrap around 5338.
Copy. Okay, it is wrapped around 5338. And what's the final destination?
Kate, for you, it's 5329. And Jeff, we had called out 5326 for you.
Copy 5326.
Good read back. And the goal is to just remove all the slack.
Okay, Nick, if it's wrapped around 5338, it will not reach to 539.
Can you extend it?
Oh, it's at the end of its extension.
And Kate, just want to verify that you're just going around the forward stanchion of 5338.
Correct.
And stand by, Kate.
And Nick, an option for you, it will reach out with the outboard standoff of 5341, and that gives it some good tension.
And copy, Kate. Stand by, we're talking about it.
And how much of the shroud do you have going down the side?
Probably not much, like the bed sheets pulled over towards you.
No, it's not. I got about, I don't know, 8 inches or so.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. I think we're in good. I think we're centered.
And Kate, just want to confirm that we don't have any slack hung up along the length of the shroud and that you've got it fully extended.
Yeah, let me double check the long buckle. Okay, good call. I was given it a pull test earlier and thought it was at the end of its extension. But I can get a few more inches out. I should be able to
Copy, Kate. Good news.
the inboard handrail now. Okay, it's going under 5338. Oh, still won't reach. It's at the end of its extension.
And Kate, an alternative location is attaching that hook to the aft stanchion of 5338 and then pulling up the slack with the buckle. And Jeff, next task for you is part of the ticker cleanup is to grab the APFR off with 18.
Okay. Before I do that, Kate, does that look like it's going to be
It does.
a solution?
It did. It got to the aft standoff of 5338, and I'm able to take the slack out. Working on that now.
Very good. Good news.
And Kate, as you pull that slack out, we'll just want to make sure that those guide straps don't interfere with any of the IEA units that are there.
Okay, copy, and I will confirm that for you.
Okay, Nick, I have a red on the APFR.
Copy that, Jeff. So we're going to put that on your BRT and do some glove and gauntlet hap checks, and then we'll get you going inboard.
Okay.
And so while Kate Rubins continues to get this final strap in place.
The inner strap, there's a strap that's attached to the forward standoff of 5338. The long strap is attached to the aft standoff of 5338, and the slack is taken out such that the long strap is parallel to 5338 and should not interfere with anything in the IEA.
Okay, good words, Kate, and we've got a great picture in the WVS of the final configuration. So you're going to head back towards your Green Hook location.
Copy.
And Nick, you probably see me struggling with this APFR, trying to get it to release.
And copy, Jeff. We're watching.
Get the paddles in.
And Jeff Williams working now to pick up an APFR, an articulating portable foot restraint that he's going to be attaching to the end of the space station's robotic arm.
The paddles depressed. Can you verify that you've got the collar rotated white on black?
Affirmative. Oh, there we go. Wasn't quite far enough.
And again, that foot restraint is going to get attached to the end of the space station's robotic arm, and then Williams will be strapping his feet in, as his next task coming up is going to be the installation of a new HD camera and the replacement of a light on that camera port. The light currently burned out, so going to swap it out with a new one and then install that HD camera. He'll be doing that from the tip of the robotic arm, which will be in the control of Japanese astronaut Takuya Onishi, standing by inside the space station.
And Station Houston on 2 for TOC and Robo.
Steve, go ahead.
And we're going to be picking up shortly, so you have a go for step 2.2 of the EVA ticker resto SSRMS procedure, and we'll get the camera routing shortly.
Copy, Jeff.
I have a go for step 2.2 of the EVA ticker resto SSRMS procedure.
And that's affirmative, Jeff. You're going to follow her in. So when you pause, we'll take a glove, gauntlet, and hap check.
Okay. Left check is good. Just a progression of the RTV and the two thumbs. Half check is good, and gauntlets are good.
Copy, Jeff. Thanks for the checks.
Jeff, I've done my flip, and I am headed nadir.
Okay.
And when you both arrive at your green hooks, we're going to pick those up.
Clear my tether.
I see that, and I'm on the nadir path. It's my green hook, which is clear.
Okay.
And so the lead spacewalk officer, John Malarski, reporting all the tasks done with the ticker, the trailing thermal control radiator. So it has been successfully retracted, cinched in place, and the cover now over it, protecting it a little bit more. And so just in cleanup steps now. Jeff Williams already retrieving that foot restraint. They'll do their usual glove and HAP checks. The HAP is the helmet absorption pad. That's just an additional piece of hardware inside the helmet, just in the event of water ever being introduced. The crew members routinely asked to check that throughout just to ensure it's still dry.
Reel is unlocked.
Copy. And you are, Kate, you're headed back to the airlock to get the CP9 bag.
Affirmative.
And Station Houston on 2 for robotics.
I'm over the top of your tether, but I see it clear.
Okay. You see it clear as well.
Go ahead on 2.
And Talk, you have a go for 2.3, and you are prime for camera routing and pointing.
Copy. Go for step 2.3, then I'm gonna be the prime for camera routing and setting.
That's a good copy. Thanks a lot.
And so with this first task completed and now in the books, it's on to the next for both Jeff Williams and Kate Rubins. For Jeff Williams, it's moving over to the space station's robotic arm, the space station's Canadarm2, where he's going to do some setup, getting that foot restraint installed. And meanwhile, NASA's Kate Rubins will configure the HD camera and get that set up to hand off to Jeff Williams. Then Williams will climb into the foot restraint, and then Takuya Onishi will fly him over to camera port 9, where he will first replace a burned out light and then install the new HD camera just next to the currently installed SD standard definition camera. And while he's doing that, Kate Rubins will move back over to the SARJ, the Solar Alpha rotary joint, and tighten a number of bolts over there just to improve performance on that. Take some photos, and then also install some MLI, some multi-layer insulation over some hardware on the outboard part of station, and then that'll be her final task for the day.
And I've got a little bit of RTV peeling on my left index finger. No Vectran is visible. No cut Vectran.
Copy, Kate.
If you guys are good, I'll continue inboard.
Affirmative. Your good checks, your go to continue to the airlock.
And so at this moment, Jeff Williams going over to that setup position for the robotic arm. And while he's doing that, Kate Rubins is going to translate back to the airlock and retrieve the bag with all of the equipment for this light replacement and camera installation. And then once she gets back over to Jeff Williams' location, she'll hand the bag off to him and then move on to her other tasks as just outlined before.
Okay, I'm on the seat of the handrail.
Copy that, Jeff. Mile marker we've got called out in the procedure is 9780.
Just off my right side.
9780, copy.
I am passing the slingshot point.
Now I'm at 9780.
And copy, Jeff. And Jeff, you're going to have a bit. We're still configuring for the GCA.
Copy.
Jeff, I'm under the MT.
I'm watching. Looking good.
Okay, I'm on the other side of the Cedar, headed back to the Cedar Spur.
Looking good.
And ground copy.
So again, right now, Jeff Williams is in position. He's going to be working with Takuya Onishi inside the space station soon to begin setting up the foot restraint on the robotic arm. And he'll be strapping his feet in, and Onishi will be flying him over to the camera port where he's going to be installing a new HD camera and replacing a light. And meanwhile, NASA astronaut Kay Rubins making her way back to the Quest airlock, where she's going to get a large ORU, a large bag with all of that camera hardware inside, and then bring it back over to where Jeff Williams is currently located.
Jeff, let you know the ground is go for GCA when talk's ready.
Okay. Standing by.
This is M1. M1 is ready.
Well, Doc, I'm ready out here, and as we briefed, I suggest you just go to the expected position, and I'll watch your clearances.
Copy, in lock.
And again, for this operation, Onishi's going to be controlling the robotic arm from inside the station, and Jeff Williams going to be talking with him throughout, just keeping an eye on the arm, and he'll be directing him for fine-tuning the motions to bring the arm into range so he can install that foot restraint.
I have to see this first.
Okay, Jeff, M1, I'm going to move the arm station aft 1 meter, but you can start GCA anytime.
Copy, station aft 1 meter.
Starting motion.
I see motion, good motion.
Copy, good motion.
Continue.
Continue.
Good motion, Todd, continue.
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 Okay, continue. Passing 1 meter.
Okay. Continue just a little bit longer. And you can stop motion.
Please stop him. Do you like it?
Stand by, let me get a little closer. I like it.
Okay, I'm gonna apply brakes on.
Okay.
Okay, Jeff, the clocking position.
Brakes on. You go for APFR install and ingress.
Copy. Were you talking?
Yeah, Jeff, clocking is 12 for the install.
12 o'clock, thank you.
And for both of you, some big picture words. We're running about a half hour ahead of timeline, and consumables are looking really good, so we're marching along great.
Okay.
Copy. Good to hear. The airlock clock.
Copy, Kate.
And so the robotic arm flown into place now for Jeff Williams to begin installing that foot restraint. Meanwhile, Kate Rubin's just about at the airlock entrance. She's on the airlock, and she'll be going in to get that bag with the camera supply equipment.
Повтори еще раз, очень плохо слышу.
And with that, we hit another gap now in our video comm with the station. Should be about 13 minutes this time until we reacquire that signal. But as you just heard, the ground IV Nick Hague radio up to the crew running about 30 minutes ahead on the timeline. So far, they're 2 hours, 33 minutes into today's spacewalk, which started officially at 6:53 a.m. Central, 7:53 a.m. Eastern, when both crew members switched their suits over to battery power. The first task has been completed successfully. The prime task for today's spacewalk, the retraction of that trailing thermal control radiator. And that was done successfully with both crew members working in tandem. First, Jeff Williams manually retracting the radiator under the close eye of Kate Rubins, and then they worked both together to install 4 cinches to keep it in place, and then deployed that shroud successfully, cleaned up, and are now on to their next task.
Okay, copy, Kate.
КС ЦУПу Москвы ВСГ-2 для Олега. Олег, повтори.
And the teams here in Mission Control, Houston, following every step of the way.
Came in a little too far, so I'm going to have you move back to what you thought was the expected position.
Okay, I'm going to move this station forward.
Station forward sounds good.
Okay, Nick, the thermal cover is open.
Copy, Kate.
SSRMS brakes off and starting motion. You can stop me anytime.
Okay. See good motion.
Copy, good motion.
And I'm going to let you go to the expected position.
Copy.
Actually, stop motion there.
Stopping.
Okay, that's a good position.
SSRMS brakes on, and you go for APFR install.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, you're coming in a little weak and broken.
Okay, I'll try to speak. How's that? Is
There
that
you go.
better?
Yep.
Okay.
And we copied all on the ground, loud and clear.
Okay.
I do some blockage because I'm in the airlock.
APFR is installed at 12 o'clock. Panels are open, black on black. Pull test, twist test.
Copy, good checks, Jeff. It's going to be Papa, Papa, Foxtrot 6.
Papa Fox 6.
Okay, Nick, my BRT ret is on the scoop handle on the large RU bag, and the large small ret from the airlock is back on the D-ring extender.
Copy, Kate.
Papa Fox 6. Okay, so now I'm going to transfer my safety tether, correct?
That's affirmed. You're going to split your safety tether pack. So the first step is verifying your green and red hooks are locked.
Red hook is locked. Green hook is locked. Actually, let me closer checking this. Yes, green hook, bail closed. Looks like black and black.
And copy those checks, Jeff, so you're good to detach your yellow hook and attach it to the lee handrail forward stanchion.
Copy.
And Nick, the CP9 bag is on my BRT. Pads are locked and paddles are out. If you concur, I will close the thermal cover.
Copy that. That's the next step. And if you could check your safer handles as well.
Ah, good call.
Okay, yellow hook is on the end effector, forward stanchion, tails closed, Looks like black on black.
And can you check the reel?
Reel is unmarked.
Copy, Jeff. And so you're go to attach the green hook back to P1.
Copy.
And Nick, my safer handles are down.
Copy that, Kate. And so closing the thermal cover, we get confirmation for that, then you're good to translate back to P1.
Thermal cover is closed.
Ground copies.
And so just to recap where we are right now, we should get that video back in about 6 minutes. Right now, Jeff Williams has that foot restraint installed onto the end effector of the Canadarm2 robotic arm. He's just verifying all of his tether hooks now. Once all of these are in place, he'll get the go to ingress or put his feet in basically into the foot restraint.
Kate's safety tether underneath it.
And while he's doing that, Kate Rubins has gone back to the airlock, successfully retrieved the bag with all of the camera port equipment, and is now making her way back towards Jeff Williams' location.
Put it on 3690. It's fairly around the handrail that I'm going to ingress on. So.
Copy, Jeff. That sounds good. Okay, copy, Jeff. So you are go to GCA for APFR ingress if you need to.
Okay, copy.
And I see we're coming up on night. My visor is up.
And is mine.
Okay, Nick, I've reassembled my safety tether pack to pick up my green hook, and I'm ready to head out to Jeff.
Okay, copy that. Kate, you're go to translate out.
Jeff, I'm at the top of the Cedar Spur.
Okay. Okay. Is that good?
It is not bothering me.
That's good.
It's tucked in nicely away from structure.
Ten seconds to handover.
Copy.
And so we'll be getting those video views back in just a few moments. The station just passed into an orbital nighttime, so it should be dark when we get these views back of the spacewalking duo.
Welcome back.
But very shortly, Kate Rubins will arrive back with the camera bag in tow to hand off to Jeff Williams, who's making his way into the foot restraint on the end of the robotic arm. And for Williams, the next task will be to install and replace a camera light that recently burned out, and then install a new high-definition camera alongside the current standard def one on camera port 9. And then while he's doing that, Kay Rubins will make her way out to the SARJ, the Solar Alpha Rotary Joint, in order to tighten struts on 3 alpha joint interface structures. You'll hear them called AJISs.
I just hung up on a couple of things here at the lab. It's in the pool too.
Copy.
Fix it up.
But for now, 2 hours, 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, the crew's still running about 30 minutes ahead. So working very efficiently so far through this, the second spacewalk for both Williams and Rubins together.
And I'm on the MT.
And as you can see from this view, Williams' feet inside that APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint. He's going to get locked in, and then Takuya Onishi from inside the station will swing the arm down a little bit and maneuver him over to camera port 9 for him to begin this replacement and install work.
Upward speed occurs.
Copy, Kate.
And Jeff, I see you nicely in the arm. I see your tether, the arm.
Okay. So working on left heel.
Okay, and I can come assist in passing the in-shot rotation.
And as you can see, Kate Rubins arriving on site now. That large bag tethered to her spacesuit, ready to hand off to Jeff Williams.
I'm going to put down a local and I can see if I can help. I see your toe in. Maybe you need to get your toe in just a little bit further. Okay. And click out. So up on the back of the food plate. There you go. Drop down. And I think you're relax your body position a little bit. Your instep is up towards you. So it needs to be flat, a little flatter. Completely relaxed.
My left one?
On your left instep, yeah, your foot's kind of rolled inward.
Looks like it's in now.
It is looking in. I see your instep up a little bit. They're pulling it out. Okay, I see your heel engaged. Good job.
Okay.
First.
Thank you. Okay, so how about if you GCA tuck?
Okay, I'm going to move the bag away from the arm.
Because I think I need to come toward you.
I actually think if you see where the bag is, I think you should be able to reach it right away.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. Disappears for you.
You are awesome.
And when you're ready to it, let me know. I'm going to pull it back towards me because my BRT ret is to the scoop handle.
Okay. So what do you want me to ret to?
Let me release my BRT. Wanted to make sure you were ready for it.
Okay.
And I'll flip the bag around for you.
Okay.
You should see the handle there.
Got it.
And if you've got access, you're welcome to release the ret on the scoop, or you can hand it back to me.
Okay. And here comes your ret.
Okay, ready for it.
Here comes.
Okay. You got it.
Got it. All right, I'm going to let you clear out of the way, and then we're talking the truck.
Okay, I'm going to back on my BRT, and I'll head out.
Okay. Careful out there.
Thank you. Not going far. You need my safety feather anywhere in particular? Just turn on the slingshot anchor.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Just need it out of the envelope for
it is.
for me going forward. Okay. And as far as you can tell, I'm clear station forward, right?
You are clear station forward. Make sure the ingress aid is tucked in, and you might want to use your grabber daddy to hold on to it. And that's the closest point of approach.
Okay.
Right now, that's about 12 inches from the station.
Okay.
Are we talking about that centimeters?
Kate, are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm just giving you just clearance from station. The ingress aid is the closest point right now, and he's got that tucked in, and that's about
and guys,
centimeters from station.
Kate, we want to break in. We want to try to recover Jeff's WVS. We think he may have inadvertently bumped it when he was doing his ingress. If he could check to make sure it's powered on.
Okay, let me get a local down. Hold on.
It is powered on. I'll go ahead and cycle it.
Copy, Jeff. Thanks.
And you need the finger a little bit more in the front. There you go. Okay, just do a good push. And if you bend towards me, I can check the light. There you go. Green light is on.
Green light, yep.
Bend a little bit towards me. Okay, yeah, I can confirm green light on.
Thank you.
Okay, copy that. And Jeff, I was just trying to track along. Did you put the mini workstation end effector on the ingress aid?
Negative. It is very stiff, so it's not moving.
Okay, copy that. And if we could get a glove and hap check from both of you, this is a good time to do that.
Sure.
EV1 glove and hap check looks good, just more RTV on the thumbs.
EV2, good glove and haptech, same RTV feeling on the left index finger as reported earlier. Other than that, gloves are pristine, hap is dry.
Okay. Copy that. And Kate, if we can get a gauntlet check, you're going to be heading outboard.
My gauntlets are in place.
Okay, copy. So Jeff, I'm going to hand you back over to Talk, and so you can direct him for the backup position.
Okay. Doc, when you're ready, I think we can go direct station forward.
Copy. I'll take you station forward about 2.5 meters.
Okay.
And so with Jeff Williams secure in the foot restraint and the bag handed off, he's ready to begin this replacement activity and the new installation of an HD camera. So again, first he's going to replace a burned out light on camera port 9 and then install a new HD camera.
Copy.
Takuya Onishi from inside the station driving Canada Arm 2, so flying Williams around a little bit up into this camera port. Then meanwhile, Kate Rubens is going to make her way back out to the Sarge, the Solar Alpha rotary joint. And she's going to be tightening a couple of bolts on what's known as the AJIS, the Alpha Joint Interface Structure. One of these bolts was tightened back on EVA number 33, and ground controller saw some improvements in the joints data, so wanting her to go and tighten 3 more bolt struts 1, 2, and 3. And then she'll also conduct an inspection during a day pass and take photos for further analysis by teams down here on the ground.
No green hook required.
Okay, it's desired. I'm dropping it. See the handrail. 1030 mile marker.
And we copy.
Never mind, it won't go there.
Stop the motion.
Okay, copy, stop motion.
Okay, I'm setting up for next FOR OCAS.
Copy, Doc.
Do you have another suggested handrail? Small hook, so won't go on the seat handrail.
And stand by, Kate. And Kate, if you look at the stanchion, there should be a tether point for the cedar handrail on those stanchions.
Yeah, is that, can I get the green hook around that?
We think so.
Okay. I continue outboard and see if I can find a place a little bit past the Sarge.
The flange might be narrower at the very end of the cedar handrail.
Gotcha. Suggestion.
Okay, Jeff, I'm going to start FOR OCAS, starting motion.
I'm ready, Doc. I see motion.
Copy.
I got my green hook at 10350.
Copy, Kate. And so you're headed out to the crew lock bag to get the wire tie caddy.
Copy. How you doing?
Good. Just along for the ride for a moment.
Excellent.
How about you?
I'm good. I am outboard of the Sarge, headed to the crew lock bag.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I see you.
Okay, motion stop. Setting up for next maneuver.
Copy, Jack.
Jeff, while talk's setting up, I've got a couple cautions to read for you. Avoid contact with the light cover glass. Reflective coating may be damaged. Use flat palm on the grill and minimize contact with the surfaces of the light to avoid damaging the Z93, and avoid contact with the camera silver tape. I'll copy.
Copy all, Nick.
I think I'm at the crew lock bag.
Copy, Kate. So you're going to retrieve the wire ties out of there and then return the crew lock bag doors towards structure.
Okay, Jeff, this is Zach. I'm ready for the next maneuver. I'll take you for the CP9 light, approximately 2.5 meters, but you can start GCA at any time.
Okay, Jack, copy.
And Jeff, I see you there.
All right.
Okay, starting motion.
I got you too. Copy, Jack. Looking good, Jack.
Copy. 1 meter from expected location.
Copy.
And you can see Jeff Williams creeping up now on camera port 9 with Takuya Onishi at the controls of the robotic arm, moving him in slowly. He has that large bag tethered to his mobile workstation on the front of his spacesuit. Inside is a replacement light and the new HD camera that he'll soon be installing.
I see you ramping out.
The light replacement's up first though, so
Review the initial
he'll unbolt that light and put it in the bag and then install the new one.
Okay, Jeff. So you're going to need to first access the pan-tilt locking mechanism. Then you're going to want to remove the light. We're going to work on the light first, install the light, and then we'll move into the high-def camera.
Okay, copy. Todd, can you move me toward my feet? Let's say 1 foot or so.
Copy. Body down. Invoke. Starting motion.
Okay. About 1/4 of a meter. Good motion.
Copy. Good motion.
Continue.
Continue.
Okay, stop motion.
Motion stopped.
Okay, this will be a good position, Todd.
Copy. GCA complete.
GCA complete.
And here through Jeff Williams' helmet cam, you can see the light fixture, that white part with the grill on front of it. That's going to be removed first.
Okay, Jeff, just something we noticed during the GCA. It looks like you may have rolled to your left 1 click. That may affect how we approach things or how you approach things, but just for your awareness, we're not trying to correct it.
Okay. Yeah, I felt that too.
And Jeff Robo's looked at it. It shouldn't affect our clearances.
The first thing I'm going to do is put a tether. Then I'm going to lock the pan tilt unit.
And stand by, Jeff.
Okay.
Crew lock back doors are pointed inwards. I've retrieved the wire tie caddy.
And Jeff, your go to lock the pan tilt.
Okay.
Okay, now you guys are talking, but if you are good, then I will head inboard to the Aegis strut number 3.
And copy that, Kate. Just want to confirm the crew lock back doors are towards structure.
The crew lock back doors are towards structure.
Okay, that's great. You're go to translate back inboard to the Sarge.
Okay, headed inboard.
And then confirm it's a push in, turn 90 degrees clockwise.
And that is affirmative, Jeff.
I think I'm only being able to push it in part way. No.
And Jeff, if the pan tilt is not aligned with the hole that locking pin is going to go through, you may need to rotate the pan tilt mechanism to align it.
Okay.
And so right now, Jeff Williams, again, attached on the end of the robotic arm. He's working through the first part of this camera port 9 task. He's going to be removing the failed light, which is then going to be replaced by a new one that he's got in that large bag floating just in front of the camera view. And meanwhile, Kate Rubens is retrieved the wire tie caddy and is moving back out towards where they were a little bit earlier when they did the ticker retract. She's going to be over on the Sarge, the Solar Alpha rotary joint.
Do the Aegis bolt that we're not going to get, and I'm going to go Zenith.
Copy that, Kate.
I think it's better to go around inboard.
That's affirmative.
Two.
And again, Rubens tasks are going to be to tighten the 3 Aegis bolts, the alpha joint interface structure. It's 3 struts that she's going to be retorquing and just tightening down.
We're talking about it. So, Jeff, just to kind of confirm that it is aligned, the standard def camera that's on there should be facing a base plate just below it, the lens of that, and so that should be aligned when it's in the stowed position.
It is facing the base plate.
Okay, copy. We're talking about it.
Does this lock 1 degree of freedom only? Correct.
And Jeff, the initial push in should be about a ½ inch of travel.
Yeah, I'm unable to find that lined place. Able to push it in.
So, Jeff, there's a pin that has to get aligned. So if you jiggle the camera, you may be able to find that pin. It is going to be in 2 degrees.
2 degrees of freedom? A pitch in, yeah?
Affirmative.
Nick, I am at Aegis bolt number 3. On the Sarge side, I see handrail 3870 on the BRT there.
Copy, Kate. That checks. Good number.
I can feel it, but I just can't get it so aligned so it will go with a ½ inch, be able to rotate it.
We copy, Jeff, and we see you maneuvering it in your WVS. We're talking about it.
Okay.
For Nick, on Aegis bolt number 3, I can confirm the cone is in the cup interface and everything looks good structurally. I'll do a wiggle test.
Copy that, Kate. PGT settings are Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Copy, Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Actually, there's enough running torque where it seems to me this task can be done without it being locked.
Copy, Jeff. We're thinking the same thing. We'd like you to try to push it away from you. We think it may be aligned. It could be just the way it looks in our video down here. But it looks like the camera's tilted toward you.
Okay. Oops.
Nick, I get 0 motion in the direction of the bolt on the wiggle test. I'm going to hit it with a PGT, Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Copy, that was no motion.
No motion, correct.
I'm not seeing that, Nick. I see alignment.
And Kate, can we get torque and turns?
Yeah, I'm getting set up to hit it with the PGT. That was the pre-PGT test.
And copy, Kate.
And so right now, Jeff Williams trying to work with a stubborn locking mechanism on the pan tilt function on that camera. Ground controller's just wanting that locked in place before he starts removing the light and installing another camera. Meanwhile, Kate Rubins over on the Sarge, getting ready to tighten all the bolts. 3 of the alpha joint interface structure bolts that she's going to be tightening. And that just going to be done to improve the performance of the Sarge itself. She's also going to be doing an inspection and taking a bunch of photos once there's a daytime pass.
I've got my
Okay, and Jeff, we've got one last thing we want to try before we press without it. We'd like you to pull it out of alignment towards you, depress the locking mechanism, and then try to realign it to its home position and engage the locking mechanism.
Yeah, I did that once earlier.
Okay, copy that, Jeff. We're going to move ahead.
Okay. All right, so I've got a red on it. I'm going to release the P-clamp. Clamp is released.
Copy that, Jeff. We'll want you to close that TA clamp back up.
The clamp is closed.
And so, Jeff, the next step is going to be demating the pan tilt cable. That's P4 from J1 off the backside of the light.
Okay, Nick, if you're ready to copy, I've got torque and turns for you.
Ready.
21.9 on the torque, 0.72 on the turns, and that agrees with my turn count. It's just under a turn, and good green light.
Copy all, Kate.
Cable is demated.
Copy, Jeff. And then on the P4 connector, if you can check for any FOD, any EMI, that the EMI band is there.
EMI band is there. Good FOD check, but the connector looks clean.
Okay, copy that. We're going to be in the sunlight for a while, so if you can try to temp stow that connector out of direct sunlight.
Copy.
And I'll have PGT settings when you're ready.
And so far,
With PGT settings.
Bravo 6, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 6, counterclockwise 2.
That's a good readback, and you're going to release the bolts. Expect 15 turns.
and Jeff Williams so far has unplugged this light. He's now going to go back to his pistol grip tool to turn the bolt that's holding the light in place. Once that's released, he'll be able to remove the failed light and then stow that back in the bag. And then he'll be able to get out the spare light and get that one installed and plugged in. And then it'll be on to installing the HD camera.
5 turns. Turns. Yeah, I feel it as released. About 12 turns.
Copy 12 turns, Jeff. And Kate, the wire tie is just there to secure the booty back to structure to make sure it doesn't come free. So the handrail that you choose, it's your choice.
Hey, there's not many handrails in the vicinity. I don't think it's going to, 5108 is the closest, but I don't think a wire tie will reach there. I can go to the clamp surface that I'm looking at in my WVS. A long wire tie around that.
Stand by, Kate. We're talking. And Kate, you've got the eyes on scene, so you can use, the intent is to take a wire tie back to structure through one of the loops that's there. If you think that that's not possible, perhaps a friction fit around the booty.
Okay, and if you guys are go for me to wire tie, I can loop the wire tie around the loop, and then there's a little standoff that's got clamp surface and 2 lines attached to it, and I can put the wire tie around that. Otherwise, I'm happy to just take it around the booty.
And your first plan sounds great, Kate.
How are you doing, Jeff?
Good. Pulled out the replacement lights.
And Jeff, before you get it on, we want to get a pins and pod check on the back of the light.
Obviously, we won't see pins. The connectors needed.
Copy all.
Okay, it's in the soft dock position.
And copy, Jeff. We see the light in soft dock. Great work there. We want to get the bag closed or confirm that it's closed to preserve the thermal clock on the HD camera.
Okay. All right, the bag is closed.
Copy, Jeff. Thanks.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2, is that correct?
That's affirmative. Bravo 1, clockwise 2, 11 to 15 turns to a hard stop. And remember, you'll need to push to engage the bolt.
Copy.
And with the new light on, Jeff Williams now going to drive the bolt, secure it in place. You can see the old failed light floating just attached to the tether bag just above his helmet there.
Okay, turning. Okay, turning now. 1, 3, 4, going in. And turns. 12.5 turns by my count. Green light, 12.2 on the torque and 12.38 on the turns.
And those are good numbers, Jeff.
And just a short satellite handover now. We'll get that video and audio back any second now. But as you can just saw, Jeff Williams has that new replacement light installed. And that's half of his task here over at Camera Port 9. Next up will be the installation of that new HD camera.
Reposition for the camera next.
And Jeff, we had a short handover there. Just got back with you.
Okay. I removed the red from the replaced light, from the new light.
And copy that, Jeff. And if it's possible from your location to verify that the NZGL that's on the back of the light is over center, full forward, full engaged. Otherwise, we can check when you reposition.
It's over center. You can verify that.
Copy that. And you already removed the cable from the TA clamp on the light. There's no cable going through the TA clamp on the light.
That's affirmative.
Okay, Jeff, so you're going to want to maintain control of that failed light that's outside the bag, but we're go for GCA to the camera install position.
Okay. And Todd, what is the expected motion?
Just body down about 30 centimeters or so.
Okay, that sounds good. I might add a little right, but we'll get to your expected position first.
Copy.
I'm ready when you are.
Okay, starting motion.
Happy?
And Takuya Onishi once again driving the robotic arm. He's going to move Jeff Williams just about 30 centimeters or so to get him into position to install this camera now.
Stopping. This is the expected location.
Okay. Can you take me body right about 30 centimeters?
Copy. Body right 30 centimeters.
Good copy.
Starting motion.
Copy. Good motion.
The station itself just flew over the border between the U.S. and Canada, passing just north of Montana right now over the province of Saskatchewan. 3 hours, 29 minutes, and 45 seconds into today's spacewalk.
Position. DCA complete.
Copy. DCA complete.
In Houston Station, I think you guys have WVS. You can see in the survey the wire tie of the booty over Aegis bolt number 3. I've replaced the 2 TA clamps that I had to get back to the structure. And let me know if this is sufficient in the WVS survey, if you'd like photos as well.
And Kate, no photos required. If you can just verify that the Velcro is fully engaged on the booty.
Okay.
And Jeff, SSRMS brakes are on.
Okay. Nick, I'll take your direction.
Okay, it's fully engaged on the booty.
Okay, Jeff, so in this position, you're going to need to be able to access the NG ZL on the back of the HD camera, the window cover, the scoop lock lever. So the first step of all that is getting the HD camera out of the bag.
Okay. Then I'll be installing it, correct?
That's affirmative. When you pull it out of the bag, we're gonna inspect the connectors on the back.
Okay. Okay, both connectors look good. All sides, good pin check.
Copy that, Jeff. So want to also verify that the cam lever is flush on the side of the locking mechanism.
Yeah, it's flush.
Okay, so you're going to position the HD camera alignment mark to the back side of the standard def camera and then slide forward until it locks in place. And Kate, that's good work on the Aegis number 3. As you're moving up to number 2, if you pass the Sarge inspection point, we've got good lighting conditions now that we may not have later.
Understand. I will stop off at Sarge.
At just over 3 hours, 33 minutes in, Jeff Williams getting ready to install that new HD camera. It's actually a modified digital SLR that's been configured to video mode, and it's going to be able to stream in high definition at 720p at 30 frames a second. And the video signal from that camera is actually sent wirelessly inside the station and then streamed to the ground via the KU antenna, the same antenna that we use to get video right now. Ultimately, 2 new cameras, one here on camera port 9 and one on camera port 10 is currently planned to be installed. This is an upgrade. The old camera is just recording in standard definition. This one can also be commanded from the ground to take still images for inspection along with the streaming HD video, so a new capability there as well. Going to be providing HD views of planet Earth, of course, but then also important for the team's HD views of the station structure itself, as well as visiting spacecraft, both as they arrive and depart.
With your wrist mirror.
I can't quite get to it, so I'm going to have to reposition a little bit later, I think, for that.
Copy that, Jeff. We'll move on. So if you can stow the failed light back into the bag, report any Z93 flaking that you might see.
Please. And yes, there's a shower of paint.
And so Williams getting close to having this HD camera fully installed. Again, working on camera port 9. And one quick correction from earlier, the other HD camera planned for camera port 8 on the station. That is one of the get-ahead tasks for today's spacewalk if there's enough time after all of the other nominal tasks have been completed. But as of right now, 3 hours, 36 minutes into today's spacewalk. Jeff Williams continuing to work to get this camera installed. He's already replaced the light. And meanwhile, over on the SARJ, the Solar Alpha Rotary Joint, Kate Rubins about to conduct her survey as she has good daylight now, so good chance to do the survey and take photos as well.
You mate the P4 connector to the HD camera. You've got to maintain a 3-inch keep-out zone away from the aperture, the quartz apertures.
Okay.
And so the first connector is the P4 that you demated from the light. You're going to put that to the J1 connector on the HD camera, and that's the socket closest to you.
Closest? Okay, copy.
Nick, I'm at handrail 3863. I see the open SARJ covers. I'll get a BRT down and get ready for photos.
Copy that, Kate.
That connector is mated, the one closest to me, in the bales forward over center.
Copy, Jeff. So the next connector is the P2 connector to the J2 on the HD camera, and that's the furthest connector from you on the back of the HD camera.
Nick, I see some light specks of grease on the kind of surrounding the tang and the joggle. And I see very light grease burns on the outer canted surface of the outboard ring. But it's not a thick layer of grease.
And copy that, Kate. Don't know if it's possible to see the datum on the inside.
Let me shift position. I should be able to.
And Nick, that connector is mated, bale forward over center.
And copy that, Jeff. And I see that you've got both cables routed through the TA clamp on the HD camera.
Affirmative.
And Nick, on datum A, I see a very thin layer of grease. It looks like if you had, put some brake coat on and spread it around. And I don't see a thick layer of grease. It is evenly distributed on datum A.
And copy, Kate. Those are good words. So, Jeff, all the checks look good here. So the next one is a caution not to scrape the window glass when removing the window cover. But you're go to remove the scoop and the HD window cover.
Copy, and I can confirm the tab is down. The release mechanism is down. I just got to it.
Copy. Thanks, Jeff. Great work. And Kate, you're good for photos.
All right, so when,
Copy and work.
window cover's coming off. Scoop is off.
Nick, you would like photos of the outboard ring only, correct? Not the inboard pristine one.
Affirmative.
You doing, Jeff?
Good.
I hear the camera work's going well.
And Jeff, we're going to need to do a tool inventory.
Okay.
So before you get that buttoned up too much.
That's you. All right, so on the outside, I got a large, small, adjustable ret. A large adjustable equipment tether. And then I've got a ret with a pit pin and a round scoop. On the inside, got the failed lights. On a red. I got an empty red that the replacement light was on. I've got the E-Tech shroud. It's hooked with its own French hook. I've got a red between the round scoop and the window cover. And then I've got another red between the bag and the scoop on the inside. Let's complete the inventory.
Stand by, Jeff. We're going through.
And right now, Jeff Williams doing an inventory of that equipment bag, just making sure everything's in place.
And Jeff, we just wanted to confirm that there was a second adjustable. We heard you call out the large, small, but a second adjustable on the outside.
There's no adjustment. No, we did not have an adjustment on the outside. We have a red and a large, small adjustable. Red with a pit pin, large, small adjustable.
Okay, copy, Jeff, and we show you in a good config.
Okay. We're done at this work site, correct? I can confirm it's not locked. It's still unlocked.
That's correct. One last step is we want to make sure that the standard definition window hood didn't get rotated. We want to make sure that that's aligned.
Nick, while Jeff's finishing that up, I'll give you a few more words here. I got 30 or 40 photos for you, and I'd say the surface is about 10 to 20% covered with grease. It's a pretty thin layer of grease. You can see more specks on the as you're headed out towards the tang, not really on the outer canted surface. There's a little bit of grease in near the teeth. And then, like I said, most of the data may is rubbed smooth. There's a little bit of grease that's been pushed towards the outboard edges of data may and is sitting between data may and the teeth.
Those are all really great words.
Okay. It's a little dry to me.
Okay, copy that, Kate. You're good to press on for Aegis number 2.
Okay. Copy, and I will head to Aegis 2.
And Nick, it's very close to alignment. I could say it's slightly off, but that's the way it was because it's not. I'm unable to rotate it even that slight amount. It's just a couple of maybe a degree or so.
And it's good as is. Thanks for checking, Jeff.
Okay.
And so, Jeff, we're talking. Stand by.
Oh, okay. How you doing, Kate?
Good. I am on the aft side. I'm at Aegis 2, and I'm going to let you have the comm, but
All right.
I'll call out my reports.
And Kate, if you can hold your position.
Holding.
Okay, guys, wanted to give you some big picture words of where we're at. Jeff just finished up the CP9 task, and we're way ahead of schedule. We're 3 hours and 45 minutes of PET. So at this point, we think it makes sense for Kate to go back to the airlock to retrieve the CP8 camera and meet Jeff so that he can work on that install, and then Kate will get you back out there for the Aegis struts and pick it up from there.
Okay, I have set up on Aegis number 2, so I can give you that unless you want me to go just a second. I can give you that with very little overhead. Do that right now. Brittle test looks good. Phone in cup.
And stand by, Kate, we're talking about it. Okay, Kate, we'd like you to go ahead and hit the bolts. We'll do this strut, and then we'll get you back for the CP8 camera.
Plan. Okay, confirming Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Those are good numbers, Kate. And Jeff, your go to GCA away from CP9, and just want to let you know that we're going to power up the camera now.
Okay. Intact, I'm ready when you are.
Okay. I'll move your body out and also body left.
Okay.
In Houston, I've got 21.8 on the torque, 0.84 turns, and good green light. I hit it twice again, like last time, first time low torque, and then I got the nice and torqued out, and it was less than a turn.
Copy all, Kate. Good numbers.
Starting motion.
Ready for motion.
And with that, Jeff Williams done with his task installing the new HD camera on camera port 9. And as you just heard Capcom radio up, they're going to work now to do one of these get-ahead tasks to go ahead and do camera port 8 as well. So once Kate Rubins is done with this second AJIS strut tightening activity, she's going to head back to the airlock, get the bag with the replacement camera for camera port 8, hand it off to Jeff Williams, who's going to stay inside that robotic arm, and then they're going to move him over to camera port 8, get that camera installed as well, and then there should be enough time on the task list for Rubens to return back, finish up with these strut tightenings and the SARG inspection already complete, and then do her final nominal task for the day, which is to install some MLI over 2 pump flow control sub-assemblies, previously failed. But she needs to remove the MLI actually for future replacement by Dexter. So she'll head out there, and that's in the same rough area along the truss segment that she's been working on for most of the day. That MLI not made to be robotic or interacted with robotically. So for future robotic replacement, she'll need to tie that MLI back.
Definition video external to the space station. Congratulations on the great work in getting it ready and on board, and I trust we will all be rewarded by the product.
The great words, Jeff.
Getting the wire tie on the handrail. I'm going to finish up this task, and I can report the wiggle test on the after torquing is the same as the wiggle test before, which was 0 motion at all.
We copy, Kate.
And Jeff, we are going to start the first JOCAS maneuver in the course rate.
Copy. I'm ready.
Starting motion.
Copy. You could call this Tox Wild Ride.
It's fast.
Just wild ride.
Yeah, Kate, on the top?
I'm on the aft, so you can't see me, but I am just finishing up the wire tie on this Aegis number 2. I'm going to check the Velcro, and I will be headed inboard for the dive.
Okay.
Hey, Nick, I can confirm the Velcro is in place. It's wire tied to the adjacent handrail, and you're getting that WVS survey right now.
That looks great, Kate. We'll take glove and hap check, and then you're good to translate back.
Okay, copy. And work. I have a dry hap and same glove check as before.
And ground copies. So you're headed back to the airlock for CP8?
First time this flight, I've seen my Soyuz. Can't see it. I don't have a window to look at it. Can't believe it's going to be taking us home here in just a few days.
Okay, Jeff, stop the motion and configuring for the second maneuver.
Copy, Doug.
Pretty cool when you ride on a robotic arm and see your spaceship. Huh?
Yeah. This is an amazing vantage point.
And for now, Jeff Williams just standing by in the foot restraint attached to the robotic arm. And Kate Rubins just finished with the second strut tightening activity. So she's done struts 3 and 2. She still has to do number 1, but for now she's heading back to the airlock to get the bag with the HD camera for camera port 8. Then she'll hand that off to Jeff Williams on the robotic arm, go back out, finish her work at the Sarge, and then move to remove the MLI from that pump flow control subassembly.
This is bolt number 2, and I'm headed nadir. And Jeff, how's your arm maneuver?
How's mine?
Yeah, how's your arm maneuver going?
Well, I'm in between maneuvers right now.
Okay.
Between the first and the second.
I'm just talking to you.
Yeah.
Make sure you're still there.
I'm still here.
Good.
Having a great time, taking some pictures. Right at my feet. Trying to get some pictures of you, but...
Next, my safety tether pack is reassembled, and I will head inboard.
And copy, Kate.
Jeff is far enough away from me, I don't have to worry about translating over him.
How are your hands holding up, Kate? You did a lot of handwork.
That's good. I'm just kind of going back and forth. My gloves are looking very good. So I'm checking those after every translation.
Good.
Our connectors were a lot of handwork too. We did
Yeah, that's right.
a lot of on the first EVA.
Hey Jeff, everyone, we are having an issue with the routing of Gem cameras, so please stand by.
Okay.
the Slingshot Acre Point.
Copy, Kate.
I'm under the MT.
Very good.
Copy, Kate.
And we are just over 4 hours now, 4 hours, 2 minutes to be exact into today's spacewalk. As the crew did get well ahead of the timeline, one of the get-ahead tasks already added on to this spacewalk today. Right now, Kate Rubin's heading back to the airlock to retrieve the large bag that has the camera, another HD camera for installation over on camera port 8. Since Jeff Williams worked so quickly, already got the new HD camera and the light changed out on camera port 9.
Okay, Jeff, we are ready for next showcase maneuver.
Okay, Doc, I'm ready.
Starting motion.
Airfield motion.
Copy.
That's in the Namibian desert. Amazing dunes down there.
I can see them. It's beautiful. Let's just see this first.
Okay.
Stop motion, configuring for the next Jokas.
Copy, Chuck.
And don't forget to take a picture of them.
I've taken 100 of them already for you.
Great.
I don't know how they turn out, but
Jeff Williams, already a very avid space photographer, and getting a chance while he's strapped into the robotic arm to take quite a few pictures.
Copy, Kate.
Meanwhile, his partner, Kate Rubins, now back at the airlock. She's going to go back inside and grab a bag with the HD camera for installation over on camera port 8 that she'll then translate back and hand off to Jeff Williams, still strapped into the end of the robotic arm.
Okay, Jeff, we are ready for next Jokas.
okay, I'm ready.
Starting motion.
Copy. Feel the motion.
Copy.
Jeff Williams at the end of the robotic arm, slowly being maneuvered into place. Japanese astronaut Takuya Onishi at the controls inside.
Hook is dropped on the airlock toolbox.
Copy.
And ground copies, Kate.
Motion stop.
Copy.
And make thermal cover is coming open.
Copy, Kate.
Here we can see Kate Rubins back at the Quest airlock.
Here.
We'll keep you straight.
You've been there before?
That was a joke. I was joking.
Okay, Jeff, this is M1. I'm going to take you body in about 2.5 meters, but you can start GCA anytime for CP8 cable position.
Okay, understand. So I'll just have you drive me to your expected position, and then we'll wait on Kate.
Copy. Starting motion.
Copy. Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
Good motion. Continue.
Continue.
And Jeff, just a heads up, we've got a little more on the thermal clock for that light, so we don't want you to touch it for a while.
Copy. Talking about the debating of the cable.
That's your last call came in broken, but my head's in the airlock again, so.
Okay, yeah.
Nick can hear you. I think you're good.
And we've got you both loud and clear on the ground. And just to clear up, it was a call to Jeff about not touching the light. We're waiting for it to cool off.
Yeah, Nick, I heard you just fine. It's just Jeff is broken when I've got my head stuck in the airlock. Same thing happened last
Can you stop in motion?
Not yet, a little bit more.
Okay. Actually, yeah, you can go a little bit more. Let's go to your expected position. How long do you, or how far do you have?
About 10 centimeters.
Okay, perfect.
2 minutes to nighttime.
Happy?
Happy visors up.
How's stopping motion?
Copy, stopping motion. This should be a good position.
Okay, so GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete.
And SSRMS brakes on.
Copy.
The airlock large small ret is on the airlock gear extender. The medium lower UVAC is on my BRT ret.
Copy, Kate. Nice work.
Thank you.
And ground copies all as well. And Jeff, while we're waiting for you, or waiting for the light, the same cautions apply as we were doing before. So avoid contact with the thermal coatings and the silver tape and the quartz apertures.
Copy, Nick.
Medium lower UVAC is on my BRT. Jaws locked. Shadows out, and I will get the thermal cover. And I checked my safer handle.
Copy all, Kate.
Okay, thermal cover is closed. I am headed back to the toolbox and pick up my green hook.
Copy, Kate, and if we can get a safer handle check.
And I did check those already.
And copy. So we'll get you going back towards CP8, and Jeff will be in position waiting for you.
Stand.
And with the thermal cover closed once more, Kate Rubin's ready to depart the Quest airlock with the camera for camera port 8 in the bag now in tow. She's going to head over to where Jeff Williams is set up just in front of the camera port, still attached to the end of the robotic arm. Hand off that camera bag and then go back over to the Sarge, that Solar Alpha rotary joint, where she'll complete her task with one more strut to tighten, strut number 1. She's already previously completed number 3 and number 2 and did the inspection during the last daylight pass before heading over to get that camera for camera port 8. And then after she's done with that task, she'll have one more, and that's to pull back the MLI, the multi-layer insulation, over a previously failed pump flow control subassembly that's just stowed on board the station right now. That pump flow control subassembly, or PFCS for short, can be replaced by new spares on future resupply flights, and that can actually be done robotically. But that multi-layer insulation needs to be pulled back first, as that is not made to be interacted with robotically. So once Rubens gets over and pulls that away, that will be the final task so far scheduled, but the crew working through very quickly.
We'd like to get a glove and hap check from you.
In work. How's hap check good?
Copy, Jeff. And so we can't touch the light because we're still waiting for that to cool off, but you are go to try to lock the pan tilt mechanism on this camera group.
Copy.
Yeah, Nick, I don't know if you copied, but I have reassembled my safety tether pack, both reels were in unlocked, and I am on the seat of spurt right now.
No, we had not, so that's a good repeat. Thanks, Kate.
This one I can, looks like I'm pushing it in all the way, but it won't turn. Oh, wait. I can't get it to turn.
Okay, copy that, Jeff. You're able to get it to depress.
I can't turn to 90 degrees. Very interesting.
Yeah, copy, Jeff, and understand. So if you can't get it to engage into the lock position, we're going to do the same thing we did with CP9.
Okay, sounds good.
So Jeff Williams once more dealing with a stubborn pan tilt lock, but the team, just as they did with the previous camera install over on camera port 9, ready to proceed even without that lock in place.
You're almost at the inboard speed card.
Very good.
And Williams, with that step out of the way, will just need to stand by for just a little while longer while Rubens makes her way towards him with that camera in tow. And she'll do a quick handoff and then head back out to the Sarge to finish up her task. She was about 2/3 of the way done with tightening those struts. Already completed with number 3 and number 2. Just has to do number 1. And she did that Sarge inspection during the last daylight pass, taking a number of images and giving a verbal and a view from the shoulder camera, the WVS, that wireless video system for the teams down here on the ground.
You do not want the connector demated yet, correct? But we're still waiting on touch temperature for that?
That's affirmative, Jeff. We're still waiting on the touch temps.
Okay.
Upward speed card.
Happy? Almost there.
I still gotta go Zenith.
Yes.
And Nick, what's your suggested day for making that Zenith translation? Or maybe see the mile marker number. I'm at the FHRC right now.
Very close.
And copy that, Kate. I'm trying to pull a handrail for you and a mile marker.
Maybe one of those bays that has a handrail on it. Like 14? What do you think, Jeff?
I think you're very close, yes. I would wait until I can't see you, but
14 is just outboard of the FHRC.
And Kate, if you go up Bay 14, if you take that up, there's a handrail that gets you going zenith, and then there's a trail of handrails that gets you all the way up on the zenith edge of the station.
Okay, perfect. I'm at Bay 14 zenith, and I'm looking for the handrail trail.
And it should be just zenith of 9300 is the mile marker.
Okay, I'm already zenith, and I see a couple handrails coming up here. And I see you, Jeff.
oh, that's good.
Now, do you want me outboard of you?
I want you at the base of the camera group.
Okay, I can be there, but you want me to come to the inboard side, and then you can tell me where you want me.
Okay. I think you'll want to be about my waist or so. Got the inboard side of the camera.
Okay.
Answer. Oh, there you are. I see your feet. All of a sudden.
She appears at the back.
Yeah. So, what I suggest is you get yourself a local right there in where your right hand is. That's a perfect place. And
I'm going to flip 180 degrees.
you probably want to see me. Yeah.
So I think like this.
Uh-huh. That's the bag. That's my other bag. Okay, so what we'll do is I'm going to let you hand me that bag. And I'll put a ret on it.
Okay, let me check about my BOT here.
Okay.
Coming towards you.
Got it? Okay, I've got a ret on it.
Okay, and I'm ready for my BRT ret.
Okay, and I'm going to disconnect it. Actually, I'm going to connect it onto CP9. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay, got that one. Want it on the handrail or the screw?
I'm just going to transfer CP9 right to the base of the camera stanchion here, so anywhere that's convenient.
Okay.
Sweet. Yeah, that's great.
I've got your ret on it. I'm going to release my ret. I'm going to release the BRT. And it's coming to you.
And I've got it.
Okay. Got my BRT red on this one. Down.
And at this point, Kate Rubens has arrived at the work site working to hand off that second HD camera to Jeff Williams, who's still strapped into the robotic arm. This HD camera going into camera port 8.
Small adjustable. Let's set this bag at 3676. Jeff, if you think where this bag is won't interfere with your robotic movement.
Right there?
Yeah.
Let's see, I don't know exactly where Todd's going to drop me off. Oh, he's going to drop me off down. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
And just confirming, Nick, that you heard all of that.
And copy, Kate. Can you read out that handrail again?
It's 3676.
Copy, 3676.
Nice work, Kate.
Hey, nice work from you. So, we don't have a second.
It's on the scoop.
Yeah, it's holding the scoop on there.
It's not required for the
okay
scoop,
with
though.
that. All right.
And Kate, we're good with
The
you
scoop is locked.
leaving the bag temp stowed up there on 3676.
Okay, copy. I'm going to tack it down using a second method. And I'm using the scoop I can confirm is locked on the bag. And I'm using the small adjustable that was on the scoop also to 3676, so the bag is tacked down and tented.
And copy, Kate. And Kate, we need you to cycle your WVS if you can. Jeff, the touch temperatures that we're worried about are a continuous touch temp, and so it's not a concern for instantaneous touches, and we are go to proceed.
Okay. Step one is, demating the connector?
You're going to open the TA clamp on the light and remove the cable and close the TA clamp on the side of the light.
Nick, can you remind me, is it on the left or the right side for WVS? My left or my right?
Your right side.
And that we concur.
Okay, Todd, I'm going to need another GCA for the camera installation.
Before you guys get into that, do you have WVS back?
It's going to take a bit.
Okay. Pushed it a few times. I don't know if it's off or on.
I see a light.
See a light. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, copy, and thanks for the call out, Jeff.
It's going to be a little bit like 30 centimeters body down.
Again, Todd?
The next maneuver is about 30 centimeters body down.
30 centimeters down? I heard 30 and 40.
30.
30 centimeters down, that sounds good. I'm probably going to ask for a right as well. Actually, back, before you go down, when you're ready, I want you to go right about 30 centimeters.
Copy. Okay, starting motion, body right.
30 centimeters right. Motion. Continue.
Continue.
Okay, stop motion.
Stopping.
Okay, Nick, before we go down, you want the connector demated now?
That's affirmative. Just like last time, we're going to demate P4 from the light J1.
Okay, that didn't work. Todd, do you need to go brakes on for me to do that?
Yeah, I think it's better.
Okay.
Let me do it.
Okay.
Okay, SSRMS brakes on.
Okay. And we'll demate the connector.
Nick, the bag is temp stowed with the large, small adjustable as well as the small, ret on that handrail that I called out to you at the base of CT. That is 3626. And I see a good work site here. If you guys are clear, I will translate back nadir and head outboard.
And that sounds good, Kate. And Jeff, if you can give us checks on the connector.
Yeah, I'm demated. No FOD, good EMI band.
And copy, Jeff. And if it's possible with your wrist mirror, can you see the connection on the back of the light?
Goodbye.
Special for you, I have a good glove check and a good hat check.
Copy, Kate.
Right now, we're 4 hours, 32 minutes into today's spacewalk. Jeff Williams now has the camera that he's going to be installing on camera port 8. This is one of those get-ahead tasks, as the light replacement and the camera install on camera port 9 was done well ahead of schedule.
Yes, I can see it, but it's dark, so I can't see the details.
And with that camera handed off, Kate Rubins once again heading outboard along the station's truss. She's going to do one more strut tightening, one more Aegis strut, those alpha joint interface structures, and then she'll have one more task to complete, and that's pulling back the MOI, the insulation, from a pump flow control subassembly.
And Jeff, we'd like you to leave that as is right now.
Okay. All right. So, Todd, I'm ready for a GCA down.
Copy. Brakes coming off.
Okay.
And stand by. Stand by.
Okay, we'll stand by. Stand by, Todd.
Standing by.
And so, Jeff, the next step that we need to do is we need to retrieve the W9854 cable from the bag and install that on the back of the light.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Okay, let me put the brakes back on.
Okay.
I think I have gauntlets in place.
SSRMS brakes are on.
Copy, brakes on.
And Nick, do I have a good handrail path back down to the Cedar Spur if I take the set of handrails immediately below the base of the camera stanchion?
And stand by, Kate.
Thanks.
Thinking it's P1, I'm connecting to the light, correct?
That's affirmative. P1 to J1. I'll be looking for good connector checks. And that's affirmative, Kate. If you go to 3676, then right at the base of the stanchion, you should be able to grab a handrail that works you down toward phase 1.
Okay, I see that.
The cable is mated and handles forward over center. I'm releasing the RET.
And we copy, Jeff.
And I see a good meter pass frame at A18.
And copy, Kate.
Different than where you came up?
It is, because I came up inboard and then came outboard to you, so I didn't want to go back.
Gotcha.
So I'm down on the seat of handrail and I'm headed out.
And your safety tether came down with you, right?
Yeah, oh, I've been tending it.
Okay.
Okay, Jeff and Talk, we're ready to start that GCA into the HD camera install position.
Doc, I'm ready when you are.
Copy. Brakes coming off.
Really quick before you guys get into the GCA. Last bolt is back down on the nadir face in the aft corner. If I go nadir here, or would you like me to go 3 ways around the square of this arch, that path?
And you're good to take the nadir path. So there's a line of handrails on the inboard side.
Heading body down motion.
Copy, Doc, ready. Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
And so the camera install task continuing for Jeff Williams.
Continue.
He doesn't need to replace the light on this one. Just install that new HD camera, so he has the connectors in place so far. And right now, Takuya Onishi maneuvering him down a little bit further to get him into a good position to install this camera on camera port 8. Meanwhile, Kate Rubins almost back at her work site out on the Sarge, the Solar Alpha rotary joint, to tighten one more strut, one more Aegis strut, an alpha joint interface structure. And once she's done with that, she'll have wrapped up and we'll be able to proceed to removing the MLI from a pump flow control subassembly.
Okay, stop motion.
4 hours, 39 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Okay, I'm gonna apply brakes on.
Okay, GCA complete.
GCA complete and the FSRMS brakes are on.
Copy. All right, Nick, is it time to pull out the camera?
It is indeed. And we'll want to check the connectors on the back of it as you do that.
Okay.
I think I have dropped my green hook at the end at 10320 mile marker on the seat handrail.
Copy, Kate.
J1 and J2 both look pristine. 5.
Copy, Jeff. Your go. We want to verify the cam lever is flush.
Cam lever is flush. And I was wrong. This tip on tape did not make it off. So it's off now.
Great catch. Okay, Jeff, your go for the install for the HD camera.
Copy.
There you can see Jeff Williams has the second HD camera out now, ready for install over on this camera port, number 8. And again, these two new HD cameras are just modified digital SLRs, actually, similar to what the crew uses inside the station to take imagery of the Earth below, and also the many engineering analysis pictures that they take inside. And it's been configured to stream video in 720p at 30 frames per second. The video is actually going to be sent wirelessly back inside the cabin of the space station and then streamed back down to the ground via the same assets we currently use, that KU band antenna.
Two Aegis bolts back here. Can you confirm which one I'm going to be on?
Copy, Kate. Stand by. And Kate, the handrails we're looking for to confirm Aegis 1 are 5113 or 5114.
C5114. Thank you.
Scoop is in my way in this position. I'm going to ret to the camera. And I'm going to reposition the scoop, if you concur with that, 90 degrees.
Sounds like a good plan, Jeff.
Jeff, just so you know, I'm getting set up here at Aegis bolt number 1.
Copy. Good news. Will be your final one, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, the camera is installed. The pole check, pole test. Let me see if I can see the tab.
And Jeff, if it's tough to see that with the wrist mirror, we're about a minute away from sunrise, so we can try to get that when we've got more ambient light. We can press on with the cable connection.
Okay, sounds good. I'm not going to remove the red cell, obviously. We confirm that.
Okay. So the first cable we're going to make is P4 to the J1 on the HD camera, and that's the connector closest to you. Again, a warning to maintain the 3-inch keep-out zone once we have made this connection.
Copy. And that's the one that came off the camera.
That's affirmative. It's the one in your right hand.
Yep.
I can report to you the cup cone is in the cup interface. I did not have any movement when I did the jiggle test in the direction of the bolt head. And structurally everything looks fine. And I will get my PGT on confirm settings with you in a second.
Copy, Kate.
Kate Rubens is at Aegis number 1. It's the last alpha joint interface structure she has to tighten. And she did a quick jiggle test that they'll do just to see what level of tightness these bolts are.
P2 to the J2 connection on the HD camera furthest from you.
Copy.
I've got Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
That's affirmative, Kate. Bravo 5, clockwise 2, turn to torque.
Okay, 20.9 foot-pounds on the torque, 0.56 turns, mid green light.
Copy. Good numbers, Kate.
Okay, it's made it handles forward over center.
Copy, Jeff. And so, Jeff, the next step, once you get that clamp checked, is going to be to install the cables into the TA clamp on the side of the HD camera.
Copy. There it is, it's flat. Got it.
Copy, Jeff.
Okay, both of them need to be in here, or it's the new one? The TA clamp.
And copy, Jeff. The plan is to put both of them in there.
Okay, I'm going to have to release the other one from this cable restraint mechanism.
Stand by, Jeff.
Okay.
Jeff, just to update you, I'm just finishing up this Aegis bolt.
Very good.
Setting a wire tie on it.
Very good.
And Kate, I missed your last.
I was just updating you guys that I'm getting the wire tie, the long wire tie. I've got 3 twists on the wire tie. That's going to 5114, and I'll get that on the cover for the Aegis bolt.
And copy that, Kate.
Four hours, 51 minutes into today's spacewalk. Jeff Williams still on top of the Canadarm2 robotic arm. He's got that HD camera installed, just working a few cleanup tasks, making sure everything's connected before he can wrap up with that task. Meanwhile, Kate Rubins still over on the Sarge, the Solar Alpha rotary joint, and she just finished doing some final tightening on the final Aegis strut, the Alpha joint interface structure.
So the plan we'd like to do is to put the one free cable through the TA clamp. The other one, the restraint is holding it in place, and in this way we'll keep both those cables from impinging on the pan tilt mechanism.
Okay, copy. So the new cable is in the TA clamp.
Copy, Jeff.
WVS now?
And yes, we've got a good view in WVS.
Okay.
So next we'll remove the window cover and the scoop.
Okay.
In Houston, I have the Aegis #1 cover, completely covering the bolt interface, a wire tied back to the handrail, and I can confirm the Velcro is fully seated on both sides.
Copy, Kate. Great work.
Okay, in inventory of the bag, I've got 2 reds inside. In my second. Reds around scoop and window cover. On the outside, I've got a large, small adjustable, and a ret with a bit pin.
And copy, Jeff, and just want to confirm inside, we've got everything ticked off here. You've got a ret that's connected to the scoop, that's connected to a ret, that's connected to the window, and then there's also a free ret that was for the power cable.
Yes, affirmative, yeah. Yeah, they got failed to mention on third ret. Nice catch.
It's bag inventory.
Yeah.
And I'm pausing here at this bolt. These guys can give me any words on PSPS or backpack of what's their plan. And how are you looking, Jeff?
Copy, Kate. Stand by.
I am done. I'll be ready for GCA to egress position here shortly, so we'll have to think about my safety tether.
Okay, copy. And the other thing is you could get off the arm and go down to get your safety tether, right?
Yes.
I might propose that we think about you come PSPS. It would not be horrible to have 2 people working on that with the bundling and tying the strap back. But we'll let them think about timeline and getting back to the airlock and all the other get-aheads as well.
Absolutely.
And ground copies all So, Kate, what we'd like you to do is we want to work with the PFCS. You're going to need to go and reposition your green hook, though, to the further outboard handrail. So if you can head into that direction. Jeff, in one cleanup is we want to check to make sure that the hood on the standard definition camera is aligned before we get you out of there.
It's aligned. It is aligned. Then the standard definition is aligned.
And copy. Stand by, Jeff. And Jeff, in the WVS on the light, the side facing you, we see a brown smudge several inches back from the front face. Could you describe that to us?
Yeah, it looks like the paint is completely gone. There's flakes of paint at the edge of it, at the left edge from my vantage point that look like they have released from the surface. And then the surface itself looks like, on the ground I would say it looks like corrosion, but kind of a brown, or 3 tones of brown. And then right at the corner with a small radius, it's more metallic colored.
Okay, copy. Thanks for the words, Jeff. We're going to move ahead. So you are, once you've verified your tools and tethers are clear, you're good to GCA away from CP8.
Okay, Doc, my tools and tethers are clear. I'm ready for your movement to egress position.
Copy. First maneuver is going to be manual maneuver to the takeoff position.
Okay.
And with that, Jeff Williams now complete with the second high-definition camera install, getting both the nominal one at camera port 9 and then this get-ahead task at camera port 8 done successfully.
Okay, SSRMS brakes off and starting motion.
Okay.
And now Takuya Onishi will fly him back towards the station structure where he can egress or get out of that foot restraint.
Copy, good motion.
Good motion.
Copy. Checking position.
Copy.
Okay, motion stop and preparing for next joker.
Copy, Doc.
A short video handover, going to be some big picture words on the rest of the spacewalk going up to the crew shortly while the teams continue to discuss here in Mission Control Houston. But still moving ahead of the timeline, one get-ahead task already knocked out and done successfully. Just one more nominal task per the plan, and that is to remove the MLI, the multi-layer insulation from a pump flow control subassembly, and Kate Rubins is making her way there now. It's over at the same work site both she and Jeff Williams were at earlier when they retracted the ticker as the first major task of the day.
And Kate, we want you to go outboard on the nadir forward corner until you get past the sticker, and then that's where you're going to turn the corner toward the aft to be able to access the PFCS MLI.
Okay, understand. And while I'm local here, I'm going to give you a glove and half check.
Copy.
If you're reconfiguring for OTAS?
Yeah, TAC is the reconfiguring unit. I'm just hanging out. Watching you.
Okay, Jeff, we are ready for JOCAS maneuver.
Okay, I'm ready.
Starting motion.
Copy. Fuel motion.
Copy.
And Kate will need to pick up your green hook and move it outboard.
Yep, I've already got my safety tether pack reassembled. And I can give you guys a good glove, gauntlet, and hat check. I did that when I was local.
Copy, thanks. You're looking for handrail 5309 for your green hook.
Okay, 5309, and that's on T5, correct?
T6.
6, thank you.
And watching over Kate Rubin's shoulders, she continues to translate out, again moving way down the port side of the station's truss segment out to pretty much the same location where the ticker, the thermal control radiator, was retracted at the beginning of today's spacewalk. And she's going to be removing some MLI, some multi-layer insulation from a pump flow control subassembly. This is a previously failed pump flow control subassembly, and she's going to remove this MLI for future replacement by the station's Dexter robot. MLI not made to be interacted with by the robot, so the spacewalker will do this in order to clear the way for that robotic replacement. A new spare could be swapped out with it on future resupply flights. And this is the last nominal task per the plan. And right now, just over 5 hours and 5 minutes elapsed time in today's spacewalk.
Continuing outboard over sticker.
Okay, Jeff, I'm going to take you to the egress, APFR egress position. That's a body in.
Copy.
Starting motion.
Copy. Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
Continue.
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 How far do you have till you're expected?
About 70 centimeters.
Okay, that looks good. Continue.
Okay, slowing down.
Okay. I go to the publish. That'll work well.
Copy.
That motion.
Stopping.
Okay, Nick, let's talk about the plan. What do you recommend? That I egress down, retrieve my other tether, bring it up here, and then put them together?
And that's affirmative, Jeff. We'd like to press with you cleaning up the arm, and then Kate's going to work on the PFCS, and then we're going to see where she's at with that task once we've finished up cleaning up the arm and decide about get-aheads.
Okay.
Okay, and copy all. I am at the PSCS, and just so that we'll make sure we're oriented correctly, I'm at handrail 5332 right now, and I see PSCS 5 MLI a little bit inboard of me.
And copy that, Kate. Show that handrail on the forward outboard corner of the MLI.
Correct. If you agree, I will just take this MLI off and start folding it.
Jeff, SSRMS brakes arms will go for APF or egress.
Okay, thank you, Doug.
Kate, I've got a warning to read for you.
Please, go ahead.
Avoid the MT rail attachment lug. That's a sharp, and it's near handrail 5333, the aft outboard corner of the PFCS MLI.
Okay, I see that. Thank you.
Nick, I'm going to drop off the medium warrior bag and handrail 3684. I'll plan on leaving it here for now.
Copy 3684.
Of the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint that he's been strapped into over the last couple of hours to install these two new HD cameras. He has a couple of cleanup tasks to get out of the robotic arm. He'll do a lot of tether checks before he steps out of the foot restraint, and then he'll he'll eventually remove the foot restraint and then get that stowed, do a quick inventory of all of his tools, and then give Takuya Onishi the go to back off the robotic arm once more from the station and put the brakes on, and that'll be it for the robotic arm operations for this spacewalk.
I've removed my right waist tether from the boot plate. I'm going to translate down to my other tether.
Copy, Jeff.
And I've got the MLI off. It actually behaves pretty nicely with the stiffeners in it. I am moving to NRail 5342. That's where you'd like the long wire tie, correct?
And stand by, Kate, looking at the handrail numbers here.
Okay.
And so, Kate, we want to be pulling it inboard, and the handrail we're looking for is 5319 or 5316.
I was trying to take it upward. Gotcha.
Give me a mile marker. Oh, I found it. Never mind.
Copy, Jeff.
Actually, no, this is Kate's.
Copy.
My green hook is with me. My green hook is pretty far here.
Right, no, I know. Okay, I think I got it now. Far inboard.
Confirming 5319 is the handrail you're looking for.
And Kate, it's 5319.
Okay, copy. I got that in place.
And Kate, you may be able to stretch it all the way out to 5316, which is a little further inboard as well.
Okay, your last is broken, but I'm guessing next inboard handrail.
And Jeff, the mile marker is 9750 or close to that.
9780, I got it, and I'll put a red on it.
And 5 hours, 15 minutes into today's spacewalk.
MLI off, and I've got the corner, and I have it parallelogramized.
Okay.
So next I'll put wire ties on to wrap it up around.
Okay. Worked pretty slick, huh?
Yeah, great plan.
And Kate, if we could get you to check your safety tether. I know we're turning around a corner there. We don't want you to pinch it underneath the MLI.
Yep, I can see it, and I can clear it, and I will make sure that when I route the wire tie, I don't have it trapped under the MOI. And I'm going to go back over that path to undo it.
Copy, thanks.
Yeah, I picked up my green hook.
Copy, Jeff. We see you translating back up.
Right now, Jeff Williams still in the cleanup steps after getting out of the foot restraint on the robotic arm. He's retrieving 2 of his tethers, and then he'll go back and remove the foot restraint from the robotic arm itself. And then after that, shortly, Takuya Onishi will get the go-ahead to back the robotic arm away from the station and put it in its park position. And meanwhile, Kate Rubin's working on her last nominal task of the day, and that's removing that insulation from the previously failed pump flow control subassembly. That'll free it up for future replacement by Dexter, the special purpose dexterous manipulator robot that can replace various items robotically around the outside of the station. But there is a chance one more get-ahead task might get added as consumables, not limiting these crew members. And today's spacewalk was originally planned to last for 6.5 hours. There is, of course, enough time that needs to be allowed to give them plenty of time to get back into the airlock, but nowhere near that yet, as we're just about 5 hours and 18 minutes into today's spacewalk. Everything continuing to go smoothly. No issues with the suits. Both Jeff Williams and Kate Rubins working very quick, very efficient to get all these tasks done.
Okay, so I'm going to install my green hook next, and the Irkham on the arm. Concur next.
And what we're going to do, Jeff, is you're going to take the green. That should be on your red reel.
Got the green in hand.
And the green needs to be on your red reel locked.
Okay, the red reel is the one on the arm, correct?
That's affirmative.
Okay, the green hook is connected, bail's closed, black on black is locked.
And we see a good configuration. Your go to retrieve your yellow hook and install that on the green reel.
The rod is wire tied back to the inboard side, the inboard standoff of 5319, and that pulls it back very nicely and tautly. And I'm going to start working on bundling up this rod now.
Copy, Kate. Great work.
The yellow hook is engaged. Bail's closed. Hook's locked. Black on black.
Copy, Jeff.
Okay, I'm going to just go do an inventory here. Red hook is closed. Hook's locked. Black on black. Green hook is bail's closed. Hook's locked. Black on black. Yellow hook is the bail's closed. Black on black. Hook's locked. Both reels are unlocked.
And Jeff, we copy, and that's a good configuration.
Copy.
And Kate, we see you working on the additional wire ties to the PFCS MLI. Looking to get your feel on whether you think it'd be beneficial to have Jeff out there helping you finish this task.
I've revised my opinion on that. I got it. Actually working well.
Copy that.
Good job.
Copy that.
This big amount of shroud seems like it would be completely unmanageable, but wire tie plan has been good.
All right, so Nick, do I want to break down the arm or take the APFR off the arm?
That's affirmative, Jeff. We'd like you to press ahead with cleaning up the arm.
Okay. Doc, nice work getting me around the place.
You guys are doing great.
AXA robotics phenomenon.
And Jeff and Kate, we're talking. Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm ready to the APFR. I'm going to disconnect it.
And we copy. So as you guys are working on these tasks, wanted to let you know, we're looking at what we can do. We've got good consumables right now, and the PET is 520. So we're looking at...
You were broken when you said consumables, but I caught PET 520.
Copy. We've got great consumables, and the PET of 520, we're looking at what get-ahead tasks we might be able to do between now and then and still get everything back to the airlock. Just wanted to check with you guys on how you're feeling.
And Jeff, are you reading Nick? I hear him broken.
Yeah, go ahead. Just finish up. What they're asking is how we're doing overall. Are we feeling like we might be game for a get-ahead or two?
Yeah, I think so. The long duration tie-down tether is in the crew lock bag. And you know what that is? I've got a few more minutes of work to finish wire tying the PFCS MLI.
Uh-huh. Nick, I think we're game.
Okay, copy. And we're going to talk it through a little bit here on the ground while you guys finish the task that you're on, and we'll get words up to you here shortly.
Copy. Jack, I am completely off the arm. APFR is off the arm, and you're clear to back off.
Copy. Thanks.
Thank you.
Glad to have you back on structure, Jeff.
Yeah, me too.
And so Jeff Williams completely done now with that space station robotic arm, giving the go-ahead to Takuya Onishi, who's still inside the station, to back it away, put it into its parked position. He'll have to go stow this foot restraint. And then, as you just heard, both him and Kate Rubins radio down to the ground. They're game for a couple more get-aheads, so the teams down here are going to talk it through and see what else they could have them do. There were 2 more get-aheads on the list so far.
Motion away from structure.
Thank you.
But for right now, Jeff Williams cleaning up the work site around the robotic arm, and Kate Rubins getting close to finishing up with the tie down of this multi-layer insulation, uncovering a previously failed pump flow control sub-assembly. Once she's done with that, that'll complete all of the nominal tasks, the normally planned tasks for today's spacewalk. And then we'll see what else the crew gets tasked with before they head back inside of the Quest airlock. 5 hours, 27 minutes and counting so far in today's EVA, and doesn't look like the crew's going to be ready to stop anytime soon.
Little operational nugget for you.
Yeah, great reminder.
Affirmative.
In Houston, I see the PSCS MLI shroud bundled nicely. I'm going to give you a complete check out of this work site as I work my way around. And I have used all the wire ties, all the long wire ties from my caddy, but 2 short wire ties remaining.
And we copy, Kate.
And some of those were on the Aegis strip. 20. Nick, I'm going to work my way back around and survey the site for you and just work my safety tether back as it's wrapped around the sticker here and the PSCS.
And copy that. And we're looking at the shroud in your WVS to make sure it's got enough clearance.
This is as tight as it's going to go with the stiffeners. I can pause here.
Yeah, that'd be good. And Kate, we think it looks great here on the ground.
Okay, excellent. I'll keep clearing the work site for RoboOps.
SSRMS has been saved.
Happy talk. So Nick, as I recall, this APFR is going to the starboard Venus wing arm on the cedar cart, the port cedar cart.
That's affirmative. Whiff 3, starboard zenith whiff.
Happy.
Nick, I'm backing off a little to give you a WVS survey of the PSCS. I do not see anything coming around these 3 corners that looks like it would impede RoboOps. The shroud looks tucked in nicely, and as I go past it on the other side, I'll give you a view of that 4th side. Let me know if you want me to point anywhere.
That'd be great. We've got great views down here, Kate.
And can you confirm Whiff 3 is on that swing arm?
That's affirmative.
Okay. And what's the clocking you want?
And Jeff, we don't have one called out. We'd like it stowed low profile and make sure that the ingress aid is stowed and locked.
Copy.
Nick, that last side looked clear when I went past. It's my green hook.
That's great. And we'll pick up the green hook and have some words for you here in a second.
Copy.
And both crew members just about at the end of their current activities.
Copy 4 o'clock.
Jeff, I can see you.
All right.
I'm right where your feet are pointing. Follow me.
No, you're
Follow me
close.
out there.
You're close by.
I'm still picking up my green hook. I need to come inboard to the Sarge, so
Okay.
P6.
Okay, pull test, twist test. Pedals are out black on black. Release my ret.
Copy. Good checks, Jeff.